Good morning, rail friends. Thanks for being with Casey and I on Sunday Coffee Trackside. Glad to have you with us. We've got all kinds of action going on already. First of all, I want to get set up. But since we just got here, the switcher just pulled out, and we've got a number of things going on. So I thought, let's get the camera up, get you guys live, and then when we have a break in the action, we'll talk a little bit more. But we are live here at Coffey's Cliff at the east end of the DeButts yard in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Sunday Trackside Coffee. I'm glad you're with us today. There goes a load of tires. That locomotive you are watching is an automated switcher. There's nobody in that cab. He's all controlled remotely. Good morning, dear NS. Yes, I saw that the new Heritage locomotive, Georgia Railroad, is coming northbound to us today. I see that they're going to be running him up to Nashville. It looked like from what I saw. We'll talk here a little bit more in a moment. Let me go ahead and finish getting set up. Since it is going to be another hot day, we need to get the tent and everything good to go. Good morning. Another day in paradise. Like practicing with cremation. I only got here just a little bit ago. I think 2022 is someplace way out right now. What right, rail friends, while we're getting set up, this arm, this switch light right there, that is the CSX track control, and we do have a green there, so we're going to have a CSX passing us for too lawful long. The very closest track here to the cliff, that is the CSX track. Next to it is an NS. That track closest to us is where CSX passes through. This is the W&A, passes past the DeButts yard, and then right underneath that overpass there, it then swings to the right, goes south, heads out to our rail cam. The train in front of me just released his air brakes, so it sounds like he's getting ready to move. And since we know we do have a CSX coming our way, we're going to go ahead and swing it back, so we'll see him. You're going to find when they come, just all of a sudden they're right here that quick. So for those of you who just signed in, thanks for being with us on Trackside Coffee on Sunday morning. A lot of action going on. I'm going to get the scanner set up so you can hear it all. And we do have a CSX cleared to proceed southbound, so he'll be coming right at the camera. And that train in front of us that they're working from the yard is slowly starting to roll in reverse. So let's watch everything going on while I finish getting ready. Let's get the scanner out. Normally we do this reverse, we get everything ready and then turn on, but since we had a switcher out, a load of tires, and this one came out, and we figured, well, let's just go ahead and get everything on, and then we can adjust from there. We appreciate you joining us with Rail Moments this morning. amazing. That is so awesome. I'm excited.
They made it look like a national park match. Hopefully they wouldn't mess it up.
Thank goodness they have
A while
the
back,
mud.
somebody put something on the back of it there and guys put it up, showed up, and just after they did it, just put it on the they cleaned it up and like that. Back of it. But I'm surprised it's so fast.
You're right. Hey, everybody, guess what? Hey, Scott, right? We just met Scott. Scott just pulled up. And we got all kinds of things to tell you about Scott here in a little bit. But in the meantime, for those of you that have been tracking 171, we just found it. We heard on the scanner that he's been in emergency, and he just got authorization to clear on into the yard. And here he's coming right now. He's got two back engines. The Virginian is with him, and the Quebec locomotive. So he is coming right now over on the far side. Check out that lineup. How exciting is this? Straight across from us, X train 171 coming into the yard with the Virginian, the Central Maine and Quebec, package engine 3983 and 3982 all lashed together. How much fun is that? As he goes on into the yard. out on those cams. Oh, how cool. Yeah, they got a line of them down at the yard. Got to keep the heat off the cameras. They do not like our direct sun. We'll move you around just a little bit as we readjust. Excuse the changes. Got to get set up so we don't have an issue with overheating this morning. Again, excuse at temporary discombobulation there. Okay, cool. I'll see you a little bit, Scott.
See if I can catch them down there.
Good morning, Latrell.
West to the east, 32 spot. Excuse me, 30 spot. We'll get 30 instead of 3. There's also cars on both sides of that car. You'll see the wraparound holes on this side of it. Oh yeah, you good. Thanks.
That eastbound passing us currently has a green clearance to proceed on out, so it looks like he is going to be departing from the yard, coming in over on the far side. His activity, and there's another switcher up, so we're just going to kind of stay right with that spot and watch everybody coming and going. Thanks everybody for being with us this morning. As you saw, train 171 just arrived with the Virginian going on into the yard this morning. We got up this morning, there still wasn't a report from last night up by Kentucky. So we went and checked the yard, no luck. We went and checked Thrasher, no luck. And so we went ahead and come on in. Then we heard on the scanner that he was in emergency, and then they got it cleared. told him to go ahead and come on into the yard, and just that quick, he was here with us. And there's the end of that train, headed on into the yard. As you can hear, we've got the scanner rolling in the background.
You want that starting out first?
CSX Eastbound manifest was Kentucky, going from the Kentucky sub to the Georgia CSX train yard that went past us.
NS 8678 auto unpitched successful. Out. 1. That'll be a good one. Stop. I got that on that 6 track. South end was opened up, so I don't know if it was worked or not.
Jesus was in my ear. What'd you say again?
It was opened up on the south end. I can double check see if there's paper or knuckle or something.
Copy that.
Come on back. There's a couple of them, about 4 cars. Back toward the B and 4, about 4 to come double check.
AC 07. Change back on the head end.
There's about 3 more now, 168.
All right, for those of you who do it, Heritage app for tracking the Heritage Unix so that all of our rail friends can see what's coming and going.
2 cars, 168, 2.
We reported all 4 of those, the 2 batches, the Quebec and the Virginian, all here on train 171, terminating here in Chattanooga. Currently to the east, going eastbound, we do have all reds, so for the moment, we're just going to kind of stay on the action. We've got 1 switcher down in front of us.
1 more car, 168.
We've got 1 backing in. We've got this train that's in front of us, been sitting here for a little bit. So we're just going to continue to watch the action, listen to the scanner, and enjoy Trackside coffee on Sunday here at Coffey's Cliff.
Half car, 168, half. They're 10 feet, 168. Clear.
Express and we'll shove these two bottom cars over in 56.
I do 168. Good coupling, 3 steps. Got 3 steps. You man on this 168 and that's 4149 here.
Oh, 171.
171.
171, you're in the clear. Tie down, cut away, head to shop. Need a ride in here.
No, we're good, Chief.
Yeah, I know something great going on. Okay, copy that. Thank you.
Got it. It's alright, everybody. I'll drop the south end again.
I don't even know what 6 is. I'm going to get in the check and see what's going on.
I think it's 101. Go ahead. You also, man, just move it mark on up. The way.
I've been so busy with everything going on, haven't even had my first cup of coffee yet this morning. Just kind of looking at what all they could or could not be coming. So, we currently have 1, 2, 3 sitting in front of us. Switcher engines down in front of us. So, a lot going on this morning. So we're just gonna hang here, watch the action.
Alright. Starman lit 168. 168. Hey, that was a good roll by. Y'all have a safe day.
Latrell, if you go to our website or on our site, on our YouTube site, last night we did film the P&LE going through Ringgold, and there's also 2 other videos. Again, go to the live categories, and we did film him as well in Dalton on both Tuesday and Thursday. And our center train just started a forward motion, as you heard. I guess you would call that physics apply, as you heard the clunk all the way down the line. So he is currently slightly rolling eastward. But yeah, we have a lot of footage that we've caught on him this week, both day and night. So take a chance, take a look at that. And then also, it appears that Georgia Railroad, the, I believe, 16th Heritage locomotive for CSX that was just released this week, is going to be headed our way, if I read the notes correctly, going on up to Nashville. I have no idea on his timing, but at some point he would go on the W&A, which is that track at the bottom of your camera, and he would go past right here. That train continues to roll eastward that you're seeing. For those of you just now joining, thanks for being with us here on Rail Moments. We're high atop the auction on Coffee Sunday, Trackside from Coffey's Cliff. And we're watching an Eastbound. Looks like he's going to be leaving the yard, possibly. We have a switcher holding and two others sitting. So we're just going to continue to monitor the action, listen to the scanner.
Y'all got the air shut off on it? We didn't use the air. Okay.
As you know from our previous Sundays together for Sunday Coffee, today is going to be Starbucks Maple. No, actually today's going to be, Maple Pecan this morning. So we're having Starbucks, stopped by Publix, got a Danish. So now we're ready. The tent's up, monitor's on, scanner's going, fresh batteries. Settle back, settle in, relax, get something to eat, and let's hang out.
703. Already. Hey, come in. Keep all that head car. We're going to fight on 40 track 8.
Where y'all at?
Well, the breed take the break. Oh, Robert gets hot at that.
It is hot.
I know I didn't want to get too hot. I mean, I ain't too hot after that. I'm getting home, but I hate to be that way. Been tired. I'm trying to get everything out. Why a little bit hot? Why I feel better? I do this MTR work. We gotta go get back, get one more track, sure, maybe two. We don't know.
Yeah. You're gonna go back to see if you get a couple tracks.
Ma'am, are you doing okay today?
Oh, it's great.
Good deal. We could have been done, Robert. I don't know what kind of mood he's in. We're getting undone.
Now I know Robert's not, but
He didn't want to move the thing.
he's not like that.
Well, somehow he is.
So he might have got over it. When I get hot, I'm moving when I get hot. I like it hot.
Yeah, that's what happened to him. He's got moody.
Our eastbound's continuing, and now the westbound has started up.
I told him my take his big wow, you don't want to go home. No, sir. We're heading to clear it up now.
Go back to 4. I need you to line receiving track 3 and 4 straight. Alright, to the lead. Make your way around the horn to receiving track 10 and line the horn switch back to each lead. Where's 71? And I forgot. I didn't think 101 would be here that quick. So 3, 4 straight and horn switch to the east lead. Just holler at me when you're around.
And the NDPU 7689 is now eastbound. And here comes our switchers. 737 is the lead. Remote control there. That is remotely controlled. He is reversing into the yard with a set of cars. So we have 3087 and 737 passing us now. Someplace there's a guy with the belt on his waist. With a live video game called a train. How cool is that? As 737 backs into the yard down by the East Tower. While we do have a short break here in what is happening, I'm going to move the camera here just slightly, so bear with me for a moment. I got a rock there that I want to get off of. So we got to straighten back up here a little bit. So just bear with me for a moment while we readjust. Casey calls these my earthquakes. I tell him it's just a tremor. There's a high rail over there on the far side. That track you see closest, right here where my finger is, that is the CSX track that bypasses the yard for CSX, and then right after the overpass here to the right. I believe that was him talking. He just handled track 1 at her request, so he said they're good to go for whatever it is we're going to have next happening. And there he goes back into the yard. Everybody, thanks for the thumbs up this morning.
Double check that D-ready switch. You're going to come up here on that fish track, come all the way north, couple up. When you couple up to that orange, just give me a holler. I'll come out there and help you from there.
Okay, confident. Hey, car 178.
78, yeah.
Flat track 1 is yours. Get out there, tighten things down, cut away. Flat track 1, back to the west inbound, next third break. And you're confident not going to climb out there and watch the out. We'll back to the west inbound.
So they got that car fixed, I guess?
Oh, yeah. Good to go.
All right, thanks.
We've had all kinds of visitors this morning, one of which will be coming back in a little while that I can't wait for you guys to meet, but I'm not going to spoil the surprise until he comes back, of the individual that Coffey's Cliff is named after. So I guess we could call him the founding father of Coffey's Cliff, who we met here about 30 minutes ago. And guess who else is here? That's right, I can't keep a secret.
America's worst co-host.
Oh, come on.
Second worst. So I woke up this morning about 7:15, looked at my phone. I was like, Mike didn't message me. I'll just hold my phone here and take a nap for a minute. Here I am.
And in the meantime, since I didn't know for sure where we were going to end up or what we were going to do, because last Sunday, for those of you that were with us, as you remember, we came by here, we couldn't find a train. So I decided this morning, since we knew 171 was coming, I started off down in the yard this morning. Actually, I started off over at Jersey Crossing. They had a train holding there. So I came on down and went down to the diesel shop area and the fuel tank area, and couldn't find the Virginia anywhere there. So I jumped on and ran up to Thrasher, which is a point to the north of us up by Saudi, where a lot of times if they get tied up a little bit in the yard, they will tie something down for the night. And he wasn't there. So about that time I heard 171 was in emergency. So he was short of the yard, and they said they wanted to get him fixed to get him on into the yard. So we came back here, code 3, and as you guys all know, we got the whole string just in time. The Virginian, everybody, the 2-pack engines, the Quebec, everything went right past here. And now the train that is behind us starting to move. He's going westward, and at the same time, here comes the switcher again.
Well, and that one's still going out, and then the switcher's coming. There's a lot happening at the moment. And they've got, I don't know how yard lights work, but they have 6 reds up there, and that train is going directly through it. And there are 3 reds here on the CSX side.
He's already tripped that one.
Oh, so he's passing. 750 and 3092.
Yep. He's been back and forth here with us this morning. And he's back again.
An old GP40 and an RP E-Force.
An old GP40, in case you didn't hear Casey. To me, they're all black and white. I'm still learning. My friend Jesse's going to start doing flip cars with me, he told me.
We are headed north.
So, one east, one west. We did have a defect detector alert. So, let's see what is next on our list of activity. Our signal post directly in front of us, which is the CSX post, is all red currently. And now I'm going to go back to the Heritage app for a moment and see what our options could be. I know last night the Savannah and Atlanta finally got in. I didn't see him in the yard this morning, but I don't see where he's been reported out, so there's a good chance he could go north past us this morning. So we may add to the shelf of excitement and trophies this morning, the S&A. And as you all know, the big excitement, the news of the day, is Georgia Railroad. The new CSX Heritage locomotive is going to be coming our way today. He is going to be on the WNA, and he will at one point go right past here. We'll be able to, if Casey will hold one hand and not let go of me, I'll be able to lean out there far enough and shake his hand. Right there is where he will be. And then I heard a rumor, Weight of the World, moving the Weight of the World, 4822, is headed our way. I haven't, like I said, haven't looked at that, so don't get excited yet. Don't call everybody and tell them. But give me a moment, we're going to take a look at that. But I heard that that's a possibility as well. So lots of action, all kinds of news, all kinds of things going on. So sit tight, relax. If you haven't already gotten breakfast, get it made.
what's happened to that poor guy's accent. 'Cause he used to clearly say no defects. Now he's saying now defects. And he's a robot. How do robots change accents? I don't understand.
I did hear earlier this morning that one of the,
Southern, milepost 334.1. Now defects. Repeat, now defects.
for those of you who've been with me before, you know, anytime the scanner starts talking, I stop so we can hear what's going on. They did say one of the defect detectors someplace close by is down for the day, so I'm not sure how that will affect us, but for the moment, we got plenty going on, and now we have two in reverse. Let's swing by back, and we'll watch them backing into the yard.
Yeah, that's the plan. We got about an hour left. Then go forward. 334.1. Now defects. Repeat, now defects.
I got you blocking it.
There goes our pair of switchers again, reversing on into the yard.
You're clear. 4,500 cycle. I'm up, Rod. Drag.
So,
Yes, please. I brought a cup of things. I have a cup if you want one. I would.
Call me, Troy.
Yeah, I gotta apologize in advance. I didn't line that Thursday dispatch.
Oh, okay, I get it.
I was in there, I had my weight loss on the air conditioner.
I understand that.
Derry, I know you've been excited to see 1834, and I'm excited to see it because I thought we were just going to catch it on the rail cam. I didn't even think about the WNA coming right through here. But you can see directly straight down the track from this spot, and it's really, man, it is amazing.
Down north, I mean.
It's close enough. When it comes by, it's actually a little scary because it's probably, what, Mike, 5 feet away?
yeah,
Feels like you're doing something you shouldn't, but this
and everything
cliff,
shakes and rumbles.
yeah, this rock cliff is probably, it's not that high, but it's 10 or 15 feet high. So the train's coming by, you know, right at your knee level, and it's a very strange feeling.
Got the thermos out. Now Casey's gonna probably give you a funny look at the camera because normally he has a different flavor, but today he's doing maple pecan and he doesn't know that it's
That's not hazelnut.
not gonna be hazelnut. But I couldn't find
I like
the
the
hazelnut.
smell.
Oh, he just disconnected over there on the far
There it
side.
goes. Get out of the way.
And as you can see, they're throwing the switch there for 4,500. So it looks like they're going to bring him down, and then he'll be moving back into the yard, I'm going to guess, since they're...
The same engineer that's always driving it. Yeah, must work a regular shift when we're here.
a yard person.
30 miles to leave, Greg, Troy.
That's really all I want in life. I want a remote control train. I'm a man of simple needs.
Everybody should have a train to play with. All right, as you can see straight across, he's throwing that switch. You can see him in between the train cars there, has his safety gear on. Switch is throwing, lock back on.
Got to get a real good view because here's the last car.
Skip up this tail, stop short. Get on the bottom line into 115 to the safety stop, double check. Good, double.
There we go.
You worked out.
And that was him that you just heard on the scanner.
That last car, it says, is full of Sherwin-Williams paint. So there we go.
That's right.
Somebody's future kitchen paints in that
It's a
tanker.
rolling honey-do list right there.
Casey's already putting it on his honeydew list. When the paint arrives, he's got to paint some more.
Mine's as long as my arm, brother.
And there goes 4500 reversing onto the track where he just threw that switch.
So I'm pretty sure we see 4500. I know it's a C6M, which we see pretty often, but he must just have been designated for yard duty. I'm pretty sure we see him on the track.
Our Sherwood-Williams paint is disappearing into the distance. That is the NS pass-through track that he's on, so my guess is he's going to be making his way westward. So for those of you that are out on the west side of Chattanooga, your project plan list is headed your way. So we're going to stay facing the yard.
The 6419 there is really nice and clean. It is kind of strange to see a comfort cab unit out there working the yard. I mean, I know they get assigned yard duty, but you never think of them being remote controlled. You think they're going to switch.
And I'm gonna have a 158
Casey's eyes are way better than mine. I have to always look him up with the binocs just to make sure.
This is a great prescription.
At one moment, we had everybody. At the next moment, they all left us just that quick.
If you look really closely, Mike, you can see at the bottom it says copyright 1994 General Electric.
See what I have to put up with on a Sunday morning early.
I'll say clear. I'll 3-step, 1 car cap, 1 clear. I released 3-step on us as 4500, 1 south 2 clear, double check. I get that. Go. One hand brake lever. Ready to depart, over. Today I have. I understand northeast, double checking everything, we'll let you know when we clear. 15 feet?
No, so then
10, 371 to that main tower.
normally they're on that track when they come down that way.
371 loaded up and ready to go, over. About 5 feet there, 78, 5 feet. They call you a sinker, over?
That is correct, 351, 3 call.
Alright, 1 foot, 78, 1 foot. 1, 8, auto from potential failure. Cover service from Delta. Pullback protection off. Brake lights fully charged. Out.
As organized as I try to stay, there's always one thing I'm always looking for.
Cowboy 178, 37, 4500. Zip conductor 178, NS 4500, over.
Hazelnut coffee.
No, my safety strap.
What does a safety strap look like?
It's a 25-foot dog leash.
Oh.
That we connect every day in the event.
I know, push my website with 3 cars, I can't go.
And I know I brought it. No.
Here, I'll move.
I just can't believe it.
Yep, he's moving out a little bit further. We'll nudge his camera position slightly.
I said that by a good 3 more cars. Main tire cam, cheer that. I'm in position for this 178. Thank you very much.
I love seeing Lookout Mountain in the distance. It's a little hazy today because it's extremely humid. But it is coffee at Coffey's Cliff, and I have coffee. I'm a happy camper. Mike is known for hazelnut, but we're going to make do with this maple situation. Good morning. You're the famous one, huh?
You're Mike, right?
Hi, Mike. That's Casey. Casey, this is Scott. Hey, everybody! I told you there was a surprise coming, and the surprise just arrived.
Want me to help you?
No, I'd like for you guys to go over here.
Got it? Okay.
Scott, meet Casey, as I said. Casey, you got to get away from there. You make me nervous.
Off the cliff?
Yeah, the last thing I want to do is have to figure out how to get you off. I don't want to spoil the story, and so that you can tell everybody live. You guys from all over the world, all of you guys that are with us that have been here before, Scott, this is named after him. Coffey's Cliff and Scott is one and the same. So
We actually wondered how he got that name,
so tell us.
Well, I've been coming out here for about 45 years, and there was a terminal train master that worked in the main tower. His name's David Johnston, and he used to holler at me on the radio when he would see me up here sitting at the cliff, and I could wave back to him since I didn't have any way to talk to him. And he named this after me because we hang out over here quite a bit.
How cool is that to have one of the greatest places on the planet to watch freight trains come and go, CSX, NS, everybody come and go through Lookout Mountain, past Lookout Mountain and the choke point, and we meet the guy that it's named after right here this morning on Trackside Coffee.
And you always see it on YouTube now, and you get spotted on Google Maps. I navigated here. I just put in Coffey's Cliff, and it knows where I'm going, which was great, which I didn't realize actually till this morning. And it's a spot that a lot of rail fans come to. There's now a very pretty sign that's up there. There's a
group of guys that come out here and they put up the sign last fall.
It was nice. I think, Mike, you were here when they were putting it up, weren't you?
I came right after they put it up. Seth was here when they were putting it up.
We were surprised, and we were like, oh, it's official now. But,
And we were all excited it officially had a name
yeah, and
board rather than telling everybody to go through the trees.
and we've done the whole, the Google Earth flyover, so we did from the very end of the yard by the soccer fields up to terminating at Coffey's Cliff. It was like the unofficial end of the yard. Right. And all this time I thought, I wonder who that was. I didn't know it's who is. So there you go, living person with a rail fan spot named after him. Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you all.
That's fun. I actually have wondered that.
What are the odds?
I know.
He said that right after they put the sign up, a person vandalized it, and
Yeah, that's on the CNO.
You got a CSX?
CSX.
Oh, that
Casey.
could be it. Could be the Georgia. Scott's running to get his camera. They are breaking down the 171, and it's being processed. You said down by Wilcox, Scott. So
Yeah, down
it's
to,
just
should be
around
down
the
the
corner.
soccer field.
Yeah. So now the main thing we're waiting on is the brand new CSX Heritage.
And 4500s bringing some cars out of the yard over on, I think that's number 2. There's PTI car, the rail crew car that moves the guys around. So we're going to focus on 4500 for the moment.
I understand you said 371 is under the hump. Oh, the stairway, over.
That is correct.
All right, as well, Major, I wanted to ask about that fifth car and that content. Just want to make sure everything's in compliance for our train, over. Fifth car. Appreciate that, thank you, sir. Say again. So it'll be updated in your MTR. Thank you, guys. After keeper. Got them all? I do, you know, give me a little bump. Open door. 618, cover service from Belleville. Full back protection on. Out.
For those of you just joining us, we are live at the DeButts yard in Chattanooga, Tennessee from Coffey's Cliff. And the founder of Coffey's Cliff, that it's named after, Scott, is here with us this morning. And Casey's here this morning, as you can see. They're down here enjoying and watching all the action. We've got our coffee. So we're going to keep watching the action here. We'll talk when there's a break. But for those of you jumping on, we appreciate you for being with us on Trackside Sunday Coffee at Coffey's Cliff. Goes a yard truck. Cool thing about auto racks, they have more room to paint on. More expression. And you heard the knuckles pushing against one another as the train in front of us reverses. PTI transport car is still straight across from us. See the engineer there in his seat.
Equipment defect detector, milepost 133.9er. No defects. No defects. Hotbox detector malfunction. End of transmission.
As you can see, straight across where the PTI car is waiting. As soon as that last one clears that switch, he's either going to throw the switch and reverse him in, or he's going to set the switch for the next.
Looks like we're lined out. Give me about 4 to the drop off.
And there goes the switch.
Okay. I'm into.
You saw him open that knuckle. So now that he's tossed the switch, opened the knuckle, they're going to back him in and assemble another length of train. So if you missed the graffiti and all that paint work, I do believe it's going to come back. There goes the PTI driver.
We're trying to change the Cutley route on South Car on Trackside.
And now he's reversing in. We are going to keep an eye to our left and on the signal post for the CSX because there was a defect detector notice. I'm going to swing you over here for a moment. As you can see, there on the signal pole, we are currently all red, but the hot box that you heard indicate a little bit ago is just to the west of us. So for the time being, we're going to watch him pass that switch, go on into the yard. For those of you just joining, just a quick update. We are live at Coffey's Cliff in Chattanooga, Tennessee at the far east end of the DeButts yard. Anything that goes east-west through here passes right in front of us. So we're high atop all the action. So make sure you give us those thumbs up. Earlier this morning, we got to see the Virginian on train 171 coming in. I think we nicknamed him the Smurf train. 6. He had so many blue engines. And as you see, they are coupling those together. As you saw, he just coupled those.
Yeah, I get the 12 back. I'm gonna head in. Okay, Zach, thank you.
Good morning, Miss Southern. Thanks for being with us live here on Rail Moments.
Going back south. 4500. Stand here to clear at least 3 step 178 NS 4500 over.
Miss Southern, thanks for being with us on the stream. It wouldn't be any fun if you guys weren't with us. There's 6419. Continuing to switch around. Got some tankers behind him that he's building.
Still didn't fall. Back south foot.
PTI guys backing up. And let's see what we have for graffiti. For what's in front of us, looks like that's the winner right there for the moment.
3 cars, short of a couple.
Have you ever wondered, Pete and John are sitting on the porch one morning and Pete looks over at John and says, hey, how many cans of paint you got in the garage? He says, about 23. Well, let's grab them and head on down to the yard and do some art. And there goes our PTI driver. He's in a hurry. Fastest I've seen him go all morning. And comes another locomotive out, and that's our remote control switcher. X737 on the front of that remote control unit. Someplace there's a guy with a waist belt pushing all the little buttons, driving that locomotive. That pickup truck, as you saw, scooted across because he didn't want to wait. We're going to go ahead and follow him. Love that artwork. As you can see on our CSX signal board, signal posts, we're still all reds. So for the moment, no east to south traffic for CSX. Oh! Casey, is that the Joker?
It is the Joker.
Hey guys, the Joker has made it a presence here. Look at the color on that one. They had to have 25 cans of paint for that one. The Joker right here at Coffey's Cliff. How cool is that? Get that whole rail car in for you. Look at that expression. What a fantastic job. Looks like we may be having authorization for an eastbound to be leaving the yard. We do have a yellow on the far end. So we could have somebody going on out.
Coming off right now, I had to put a little spare on it. Yeah, just a second. Yeah. Got you, Drew. Okay, I just gonna see if you want to hang out up there for a minute, see if we can move them cars down so I drive them with the rabbits.
For those of you just jumping on, if anybody has a question, type it in. I'll be happy to try and catch it in between here. You are listening to the Scanner Action Live. When all that's going on, I try to keep my talk to a minimum.
He's running this show. Don't make it out of that up truck. I'm standing there on the side of the road. I tell you.
Good morning. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Good morning, Miss Aza. Thanks for being with us here on Rail Moments. There goes the PTI truck again on the other side of the train in front of us. And that train feature is the Joker, as y'all can see.
Appreciate it.
T-178, we're loaded up with an 8109 ready to head north off west inbound over.
There, as you just heard, as we were talking, let me swing you all back around. He's waiting for signal indication. He is ready to head out. So, let's see who the winner's going to be. We currently have a signal indication of yellow for an eastbound. So, he's probably waiting for that to change. And the switcher, the remote control switchers, heading our way again. Hey, there goes the lumber wagon. He got him a whole load of lumber up there. He's getting ready to build tonight's house.
Probably just building a rail fan platform, Mike. Be like Ringgold before you know it.
I'm still getting over my sinus infection, as y'all, for those of you who've been with us for the last couple of weeks, but every day it's just a little bit better. You can just barely see his lights there on the other side. We'll follow the top of him. So, the far two are moving to the east, and the Joker is now backing back into the yard to the west. You guys all over the country, watch for him to come your way. And remember, you saw him at Coffey's Cliff on Sunday Coffee with Casey and I here on Rail Moments. Let's swing back to those locomotives. Now, how cool is that? 737 and 738 side by side. brother and sister. 737, 738, side by side. Might be a good morning for a lottery ticket. And over beside 738, there goes our eastbound. Down past the signal, as you heard, requesting authorization to depart from the yard earlier. So we'll keep both them in sight. Miss Southern, go ahead and toss that question out there between the three of us that are hanging out here. One of us has to know that answer. Oh, I just noticed, check out the skeleton right there. On that KCS boxcar. Our eastbound continues to leave the yard. Miss Southern, thank you very much for asking that question, and absolutely, we would love for you to do that. Well, here comes the DPU unit on that far train. Let's get back to your question in just a second. Let's go ahead and watch him for a moment. Somebody asked me the other day if it's a locomotive at the end, is it a DPU or an EOT? And the answer is it's a DPU. So, that Union Pacific locomotive, 5887 is going to be the DPU at the far end of that train. And you can see the locomotives now all passing one another as that train departs from the east end of the DeButts yard. from here, that locomotive or that train will, as it continues or as it leaves the yard going east, Casey, inbound, that train that we're watching that's currently leaving eastbound, he will either go to the CNO and TP once he leaves the yard and go on up to Cincinnati, or he will go continue east when he leaves the yard, where he'll end up on the Atlanta North District line, which goes on down to Atlanta, obviously. That UPS UP locomotive that you all were looking at, number 5887, was made by GE. It's an AC 4400 CW-CTE. So, eastbound he goes. And as we were saying, once he leaves the yard, he'll have one of three choices where he'll end up. For those of you who are watching, you'll be able to see him at some point if you're on one of those three lines. And the third line would be the Knoxville West End line, which is Chattanooga to Knoxville. So he'd go after Ottawa. He would go north up through Cleveland, Riceville, and on up. And if he goes up the CNO and TP, he'll go up to Soddy Daisy, Thrasher, and Spring City, and northward, and eventually to Cincinnati. And if he does the Atlanta North District, he will end up going through Ottawa, and then he'll go on down past Appleton, Varnell, Cohutta, Dalton, and continue on down to Rome, and then back towards Atlanta. And we do have approaching, we do have a westbound NS approaching at this time. And he's coming right at us. Locomotive 1805. One 1805 is an SD70 AC. It's an SD70 ACC. I'm sorry I got interrupted there for a moment and dropped something. That's the locomotive that just passed us. And we have 750. Switcher locomotive on the back side, so we'll try and get him in the frame too. Yes, Casey? I was going to show you the arc coming by, but we'll just bring it around. And 750 just past 738. 2 yard switchers currently at the far end of the yard at the moment. Got us a series of tanker cars. He's crossing underneath the Wilcox Bridge.
1 North Town. North Town. Hey, yes, sir. I didn't hear you earlier about an EOT. They're going hanging across the road. All right, I'm ready to make a move. Yeah, one more time. Again, North Town. Yeah, so it's back to everybody's place. All right, take your time. Do you know if that EOT has been dumped? All right, thanks. North Tower break, watch around farmer. Yeah. You ready for it? Yeah, right here, wait. NS, CSX, going up against the temple. So the metal verifying thing. Alright, understand. Lined out, utility man, wheel, verify tank 1, over.
These keep me up at night.
Let's go north. Go north. Climb back into the little star. We'll grab that dash 9, move that and move close to the more to order of it. All right.
Casey just pointed out, we have the DPU arriving for the train in front of us. So,
We have visitors from another planet.
oh hey, we have aliens. They have landed right here at Coffey's Cliff. How cool is that? Y'all got any messages you want me to relay while I can still yell it to them? Tell me. Everybody that's on, hey, tell us where you're from. And Miss Southern, back to you on your question. I never finished that response. We absolutely would love to have you use the art that you've seen. Just tag it back to Rail Moments, to our site, and we would absolutely enjoy sharing it with you. That's what this is all about, to have fun, share good times, catch up, meet up at some crossing someday. There's so many different places. And here comes a little bit of color too. Let's grab that and then we'll go to the locomotive. No aliens this time, just some great color.
Yeah, 1.3.
And here comes our DPU, bringing up the rear of the train. And looks like we're going to also have another eastbound coming out. So that's going to be cool. We'll film the two locomotives together. 46, 45 in front of you. Giving her the gas. Actually giving her the diesel. Now watch as we pan. There you go, 46.45 passes 43.99. Hey, we got a wave! How cool is that? An AC 44C 6M just passed us with a wave from the engineer. Now that is what makes Coffey's Cliff so cool. 4 locomotives on the head end. And oh look, another alien with an eyeball. Just one eyeball right there. Caesar might be his name, or however you choose to pronounce it. And we'll just watch him go across the front of us here. That sounds like an air leak to me. Regulating valve, it's normal. Oh, it expands. Yeah. The valve is expanding from the heat for the pressure releasing. That's pretty cool. See, you learn something every day. Again, that locomotive that went past 4645 was an AC 44C 6M. And here comes some refrigerated cars and some more artwork.
Milepost 334.1 now, defect. Repeat now, defect. L3 off middle 43.
Do what? Oh, hey, look at that. the 1920s couple there on BNSF car 793669. There's a throwback. As they go lovingly to the east together. Back during the roaring days. And the train right on the other side of him is now starting to proceed westbound. So our switcher's bringing him back into the yard. We'll just go straight across. You can see him between the cars.
Man, NS 4399.
And now we have two trains in reverse on that far side. Oh! If you can see it, we got what one would call a little leak there. See that corn coming out? And there goes 750, our switcher.
Let me get it dialed up. Fine, just stop. I got that 76710 dialed in. Send me a link there when you can, sir. Very good. It is armed and passed with 87 finger on the trigger. I have it.
The 6-6 when he clears somebody that 10 west side.
Trip hails over. Restore utility. Clear it up for me, I'm out of the way. Alright, releasing that 370 utility, working with 371 NS 4399. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Good forthcoming. Have a good. Ready to go here. Alright, 371, I get you going here shortly. Alright. Here you'll get some passenger reports of CTC. That's correct. I'll take care of that. you, Brian. North Tower 371. 371, go ahead. He worked it through. Oh,
Sounds like they just got that locomotive started. I'm not sure what they were doing, but the truck that was up close has now moved.
I can never make it without it. That one on enough. Trees, you want to form out, let me know when you're ready to copy. And when you're ready to copy, you do that milepost signature there. Go get it, got a copy of it.
101, get that tie down, cut away. Head back up there towards that chicken track number 2. Make sure you're in the play on. Cup up, tie down, leave everything running.
839 92 839. Dated 6/30/24 at the OOC 146. That's for the M64728 with a 3341 and RT class on the copy. Circle line 8. The defect sector located at milepost OWD 133.9 on all tracks is temporarily removed from service. Dispatcher CMA or somebody put this in right on the boat. Already is trip. Ralph, independent forward relation. Oh. Trip, just because you missed something, you ain't got to call me out. Yes, sir. That's awful petty, Trip. Awful petty. I thought you were bigger than that. Definitely bigger. Just wanted Ralph to say that way out of me. I thought you were bigger than that, Trip. Oh, I'm not. I'm very good.
Okay, rail friends.
Bring Hitler,
Mike, Casey, and Scott all here at the cliff. We did have someone else a little bit ago. For those of you who just joined, the gentleman that the cliff is named after, Scott, is here at Coffey's Cliff. So we have all kinds of history and excitement this morning. For those of you that did just join, and for all of you who've been with us, first of all, thanks for all the thumbs up. And the coffee on Sunday Coffee, Trackside, is meant to be fun. Have fun. If there's something you've seen or something going your way or something fun train news to tell us, share it with everybody. We are currently at Coffey's Cliff at the east end of the DeButts yard here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's the second largest classification yard of its type in the NS system. If you would like to see an overview of it all, Casey has made a fantastic video that starts with the Southern, the 8099, and we track it on into the yard, watch it tear down, and then we do the entire rail yard overview so that you can get a complete picture. So if you enjoy, take a moment and watch that. Get you 2 cups of coffee because it's about an hour and a half long, but you'll see an aerial of the whole yard involved, and some of it goes back to the 1950s, 60s area. A couple of the buildings are still here. Casey points that out on our video, some of the structures that are still with us. But it just gives you an idea how massive this rail yard is. And the point that we are on, or where we are right now, down at the east end of the yard, CSX passes on the track closest to me. That's their pass-through track, the W&A from Kennesaw on up to Waxahachie. So CSX would proceed behind me to Waxahachie and then up to Nashville from there and to the south on down to Kennesaw after it goes through Ringgold and past our rail cam at the Audubon Acres, Berg Sanctuary, and Dalton, all those areas. And there's 3 different NS lines to the east of us, so when something leaves and goes past here, it'll break off to those 3 lines: Cincinnati, Knoxville, down to Atlanta on those 3 different choices. So we do Trackside Tuesdays, Trackside Thursdays, and on Sunday, generally around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, we do Sunday Coffee, Trackside, and depending on where, we try to start off with Coffee's Cliff. Just depends on, sometimes everybody's out here and sometimes nobody's out here, so we just kind of gauge it from there. So we do have signboard or signal board indications for both of the NS outbound pass-by tracks down to the far end of the yard there, and the CSX signal posts are right here where we are. The other side of that cliff down there, probably we're on the roof of your house. So, any questions you have, feel free to type them in. For those of you who just joined, let us know where you're from. And we do have, just made the corner, we do have a westbound coming our way. So, more train action right here. Westbound NS headed our way on the 2nd track. And here comes the switchers. Inbound! Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So far, I think you're the farthest, unless Jonathan's with us. Jonathan, if you're out there still, he's from New York. When that current westbound gets a little closer, we'll spin back and catch him.
I'll give you 36,242. Just to let you know, we will have cars 35.
Hot and humid, yes. I think we share a lot in common there. Thank goodness we have a small breeze this morning.
Talking to you.
Alright, I copy that. Go ahead and cycle a BTC breaker and see if that'll clear it up. If it doesn't, just tell us that. Alright, cycle BTC breaker, try that. If not, we'll send it back up 3 days. Thank you.
Here he is, Michael. This way.
Oh.
NS 1020. And there goes 6419 reversing back into the yard. Rolls of steel. Check that out.
Come in, Greg. 13 block, 12 block, 13, 12, 17. That's right. Taking Cowboy, 11. 11 block, let down this full back, so the line transfer works. Okay. Clear list on 12 and 11.
NS 1020 was an SD 70 ACE. And NS 3612 with him is an ET 44 AC. Thank you, Derry NS, giving us those model numbers as they pass. So one switcher's reversing in, one switcher's sitting, and we have a westbound trend passing.
Go ahead. 4377, door moving in. That's the side grab on top. Both the wheels, crack, all fucking. Good copy.
Some coils of steel. I'd hate to have to lift one of those up. And now both of the switchers, as you can see above that coil car, both are reversing into the yard at this time.
Hey, going down to C3 bell. 3
coming at us.
That'll be fine. Up to the cross, probably like 5 feet past that ridge. Coming down.
Yes, the DeButts yard is a hump yard down there to the west of us.
4.1, no defects. Repeat, no defects.
Hey, Mike, you got another one coming in on the main.
Awesome.
Post 334.1, no defects. Repeat, no defects. Cars cleared. Yes, cars.
In case you just noticed, we have another westbound coming in on the NS through track. He's a little ways down there yet, so we're going to stay with the switchers. But we got more train action headed right at us here on the cliff. Our CSX signal post is still red, so we know there won't be any surprises coming our way unless it's from behind us at this moment on the CSX pass-through line. Our approaching NS westbounder is at the far, far end. Just barely see his light, so we're going to stay looking back towards the yard. And in the distance, Lookout Mountain. And I know everyone here knows about Lookout Mountain, because as we've talked before, if you've been on Interstate 75 or Interstate 24 within 200 miles of here, you've seen the signs, See Rock City, see Seven Stakes, visit Ruby Falls, and the great big old colorful birdhouses and all those barns painted See Rock City. Right up there on that mountain is where it is.
You alright? That south thing. I copied it.
While we do have a moment before our westbounder gets here, any questions, ideas, anyone that's just jumped on? For those of you that recently signed on, we are currently live at Coffey's Cliff here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and we are at the east end of the yard. We're set up. We're someplace low 90s, but we do have a breeze, and the overcast sky is kind of holding back that direct sun a little bit. So we aren't totally baked at this moment. Yesterday was incredibly tough, but when we chased the New York Central, I wasn't sure if the foam was going to melt before we got done with that train. So, any questions? Shoot them on. Let's take them now. And
Clean up your mess.
for those of you that joined, Tell us where you're from. We'd like to be all over the globe today. And don't forget, like. And if you haven't already, subscribe. That way when we do set up notification and queue up the camera to go live for whatever we're chasing at the moment, you'll get notifications so you can join us from the comfort of your office, the home, the car, the trip, wherever. And this past week, we did catch the P and LE, the new, I think it's number 15, Heritage locomotive for CSX. We got him last night, live in Ringgold. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays videos of him. We got Trackside and Dalton. So check those out. The Georgia Railroad Heritage locomotive for CSX is due to come north. We will be here till 12:30, maybe 12:45, and then I have an engagement that I have to go to. We will watch, kind of keep an eye on the Georgia Railroad Heritage, and hopefully we'll be able to catch him for you. Just all depends on the timing. So, and for those of you who just did join, we caught the Virginian here this morning, along with the Quebec locomotive and 2 of the Blue Patch locomotives on train 171. We've been watching him for the last day and a half come down from up north. So, stay tuned for the action. Let's see who's got any questions. That westbound is still at the far end. He might be waiting for a signal to proceed on in, but he is aimed right at us down there. And there goes the switchers back into the yard.
All cars are come. You're at 4:15, no check 0. Be Main Street for the swap.
While we have a moment, I'm going to take a look at the Heritage app. The 2 Patch locomotives we saw this morning were 3983 and 3982, so brother and sister together. The Central Maine in Quebec, NS 3988, and then the Virginian 1069 all lashed together along with another NS locomotive this morning. Went right past, so you'll be able to see those on the beginning part of this video. Yesterday we caught the New York Central leaving town. And as we just discussed, the P and LE we caught last night and twice this week. So those videos are available for you to see. And we were lucky enough to catch the Virginian about a year ago. Stopped, so he was nice and clean the day we got him. So if you like to take a look at the Virginian, great video. There's a rumor we could have moving the way to the world NS 4822, I've been told, that could come through here today. And the last report on the Georgia Railroad, he was coming north on train M582 for CSX. 3 hours ago, reported in Atlanta. And as I just noted, somebody's a fan of the S&A, the Savannah in Atlanta.
Just went yellow and then green right here.
1065. 1065 came in the yard last night. So, and he came from the Knoxville area down. So there is a chance, I'm not promising, but there is a chance we might see the Savannah in Atlanta leave out. I didn't see him in the yard this morning, but that doesn't mean he isn't here. So, Miss Southern, if you're lucky, today's your day. You might just see it right here. Like I said, he came in from the north, and chances could be very good that he goes out. And we got more exciting news. The signal post for CSX just went from red to yellow to green. So, and way down, that you can see in the far right-hand corner of the camera, that westbound NS that we've been waiting on, he has just turned his lights back on. So, our westbound is converging right here on Coffey's Cliff. From behind, we have a CSX. At this point, he would be coming east. Right after that bridge you see, he'll make a right-hand turn and continue down the W&A southbound. So, who's first? The westbound? CSX going, NS coming in? Or the east and southbound CSX going out? But either way, one from the right, one from the left, and one in the middle. So for the moment, we are going to stay tuned at this end for the unknown. We should hear the CSX break the 133.9 defect detector before he gets here, but they were reporting problems earlier with it, or with one, so he could just sneak up on us, or we may have some advance notice. But CSX headed right at you on the camera somewhere, coming up, and from behind you, NS continues to approach right here on Coffey's Cliff. Scott, Casey, and I are all sharing the action with you. It just doesn't get any better. That NS train is slowly inching his way westbound towards us. As you see, they just threw the switch, and then he started the remote switcher back into the yard. One of the towers you can see there in the distance. There are several there throughout the yard. And our westbound is getting closer. So for now, we're going to go ahead and swing and catch him. I will keep a close eye on the behind us. So if the CSX does break past our point, we'll have him as well. And framed like a picture, right there underneath the bridge, is NS coming our way. You'll see him pass the CSX signal post with the green on top. We have locomotives 4318. 4820-6921. Northwestern, employee owned. On that green car. Over on the far side, you can see the switcher coming from the top left corner. Those covered cars are likely loaded with trash, headed to Alabama. Coming our way is a load of fresh cut railroad ties going to be treated.
Where stop? And out of that trip off the line. Let's try one more time. Alright, exit out of trip off the line again about 60 seconds before that again.
that 40.
As you see on the far side, they're both now moving west. Both trains you see are now going westbound here at the cliff.
Main tower 366.
Go ahead.
366, receive track 5.
Receiving 5.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 334.1. No defects. Repeat, no defects.
Hey, CSX gonna come this way. That's his green light.
Right. Oh, okay.
So it's got me an interesting point. This one, because of the curve around, that's going north, which is the opposite.
No, that's going south.
That's
He's
going north.
going south.
This-
CSX is south.
And it's the opposite of the NS ones.
Right.
Yeah,
When he leaves here, he goes to your house.
yeah, well, I always watch the camera at my house and then see this, but I never thought about which direction it's going. It never occurred to me that it would be backwards.
Yeah, because technically he's east-west at this moment. And then right after he makes the curve, then he's southbound to you. But he's on the W&A at this point.
Yeah.
I set my way back good.
And then next an NS through.
Which is,
Rockwell.
he thinks they might be running around it.
Yeah, for you, man. It's 5. No coming
That
to
one,
5.
the opposite sitting up there.
Yeah, they were all jammed up this morning. I heard him talking. We did hear, oh, there's a beautiful butterfly. It's black and yellow.
There's a tiger swallowtail.
A tiger swallowtail butterfly. We did hear the defect detector for CSX, so that does mean our green light on the signal post here in front of us means any moment you're going to see yellow and blue pop right off the end of this camera. And he's going to be so close, you'll be able to tell whether he shaved or not this morning. So far, we've got 2 horn salutes and one that opened the window with a huge wave. So we'll see what we can get from our next visitor. Compliments of CSX. And for fun, since you have the channel up already, if you bring up another window, this CSX train that goes past, in about 20 minutes after he goes past us, you'll see him again live on our rail cam there at the Bird Sanctuary, Audubon Acres. So,
What's kicking in on it, sir?
We're all ready for excitement.
Manual, and you'll get a service ticket in. Thank you. 4-3 was the risk test. 173 may have been round. 143 was.
So, light indications for NS
Okay. I thought.
going east at this moment are all red. And we're awaiting our CSX train. Everybody shout out for those of you who are on, where y'all are from. Anybody got any questions about where we are? Have fun with this? Shout them out. That last train had a pair of AC44 CSM locomotives at the front. So twin locomotives on that last westbound NS.
Alright, X230 is the good one. I get you going here shortly. 173, conductor.
Hey Chuck, thanks for joining us. Good to see you back again. Chuck makes this possible in way more ways than I can begin to tell you, but thanks for being with us, Chuck. Chuck's right here in Chattanooga, Tennessee with us. Chuck, momentarily we will have a CSX coming right at us.
Clearing up on this NS 1020, it's flagging off south 173 still.
While we have a moment, I'm checking the Heritage app to see if there's any more news. The Georgia Railroad is reported the new CSX locomotive, the new CSX Heritage locomotive, CSX T 1834, the Georgia Railroad.
Milepost 133.9er.
Acts the CSX milepost detector that's right before us. So he's making his way, but as I was saying, train M582 that has the Georgia Railroad Heritage locomotive now shows to be 4 hours out of Atlanta. Almost to the minute. We will be live for 1 more hour unless complications from the heat or anything else occur, but we will be here 1 more hour till 12:30. So if we're lucky, we will catch the Georgia Railroad on its first trip right here through Chattanooga and Waxahachie.
Go ahead and go to Walter Logan and tell me about forward standby.
No news yet on the Savannah in Atlanta. He could be in the yard or he could have left under the cover of darkness. And moving the weight of the world, he is northbound earlier, well actually yesterday, so there's a chance we could see him, I've been told. So all kinds of action here at Coffey's Cliff. Here comes the switcher again, pulling about 10 cars out. If anybody has any news on the Georgia Railroad south of us, post it here, put it on Heritage app, send us a carrier pigeon, but let us know where he is. We'd love to catch him right here for all you guys. Hopefully he can make it here before 12:30. And there goes the switcher into reverse. I think our CSX locomotive is going to sneak up on us. But we're ready. We're looking the right way. In the meantime, we'll watch the switching action in front of us. He should be quick. He should be shortly. Because that could sometimes be at least a half hour. But
He's moving.
he's going to be coming around that corner like boom.
Straight 363, going to 455 foot, 4 cars.
The NS signal posts all to the far east of us are all red, so if we do get anything for NS at the moment, it will be coming from behind us. But we're going to stay tuned right here to catch that CSX. And we know it's teasing us and lurking someplace right in front of us. Who's got some questions for us, or anyone that just signed on? And everybody, thanks for all the thumbs up this morning. Anybody just signed on, what questions can I answer for you?
Here he is, Mike.
Here he comes!
One more car, 53.
let him out and it's locked for you. Come up to that 3, knock the brakes off, and put down the plug. I'll watch you shut up for you. Alright.
Okay, guys, that CSX had just left us. About 20 minutes, 15 minutes. You'll see him live on our rail cam, so you can watch the same train twice right here with Rail Moments. That lead locomotive, CSX 3341. You'll see him going southbound towards Atlanta on the camera. And I don't know if you noticed it, but on the front of one of the rail cars, there was a great big message written to all of us. And the author of that message wrote to us, "Love yourself." That train car said to us. We do have, sitting at the far end of the yard, we do have another NS westbound. At this point, they are holding him at the signal point down there, but we do have another westbound that will be coming in, but it will be a moment yet because at this point, as I said, they are holding him down there. He is in park mode. So at some point, we'll have action coming from the east, but until then, we are gonna go ahead and swing back to the yard. Jonathan, wave hi to Scott and Casey. Jonathan's from New York, you guys. He just signed on.
Is it Jonathan C?
Jonathan C's
Hey, Jonathan C.
back live on Rail Moments.
Good to see you.
Jonathan, on the far side of Casey is Scott, and that's Scott. And Coffey's Cliff, where we are, is dedicated and named after him. And there's a sign here even that they put up. So Scott is the godfather of Coffey's Cliff. How cool is that?
You can find it on Google Maps. If you look up Coffey's Cliff, it has reviews and photos, but that's him.
Google Maps, you guys, check it out. Or also on our video about the Southern in the yard, we bring the end of the video, we bring it right here to Coffey's Cliff as part of that video information. So all kinds of excitement. And also, Jonathan, we had the Virginian first thing this morning. Ouch. And here comes our switcher. let's go ahead and swing around. Here comes our westbound NS locomotive and train as the switcher pulls up in front of us. They're gonna be so close, they can shake hands with each other. And we got a wave. The Reading and Northern cars, how cool is that? The Aristocrat of Coal. Oh! Oh, I sure what Casey's there. The Aristocrat of Coal. I missed that. I was trying to put two and two together and focus on all. We got everything going on all over the place. Those tires, you guys, are the ones we saw this morning. So they're still here in the yard.
Come in, Cardi. Come in. Middle to the west. Walk. Forward, walk your couple. And 3 cars off the 50. The bottom. One down and forward.
Jonathan, there is a rail cam. It's us. There's 6419 in front of us. There are a whole bunch of brand new railroad cross ties over there. You can see the markings. They've not yet been treated. They're probably from the woods of Alabama.
2173. All right, gear it up, please. That's Big Mac. Hey, Brian, go ahead. When you get the bar, come back closer to northeast. Okay, no problem. Okay. We got company stop. Yeah, 2 or 3. Yeah.
If we had a magnet right now, we could put it on a rope and throw it out there and get all kinds of stuff. There are a whole bunch of gondolas with scrap metal going past.
That spot that already?
About to pass us is an old Southern hopper car, grain car. Southern on the side of those. And here comes another Southern. Those cars been around for a while.
Got a 1981 date code for the last one.
A 1981 date, Casey said on that one. There's some gondolas with more scrap in. And there's a nice blue wave on that one. Two NS trains, one on the pass-through, which is the one closest to us. The lead locomotive on that train was 4743. He's an AC 44C 6M model, and his Into train DPU. NS 1170 on the locomotive number was an SD70 ACE. As we all talked the other day on the channel, some of you like to call it an ACE, and some of you like to shorten it up and call it an ACE. We were a 50-50 vote, but either way, that westbound train has a lot of scrap on it. Our tires, as you saw, are backing in to the yard again with the switchers.
Norfolk Southern, milepost 334.1. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Norfolk Southern, milepost 334.1. No defects. Repeat, no defects.
Okay, Miss Southern, I see that you had a couple questions, and probably it applies for everybody. So what I'm going to do is, where we are currently here at Coffey's Cliff, facing that way is west and Lookout Mountain. And as we spin around, you are now facing the east end of the DeButts yard, and all the tracks except for the CSX track that's right here in front of us, which bends off to the right and goes south. This is the W&A in front of you. The W&A, where after it goes underneath that bridge right there, will then turn south, go past our rail cam, and go on down to Ringgold, Dalton, etc. Now, for those of you who are asking about the TVRM cam, yes, everything that goes to the east of us goes to a junction point called Citico. Citico is, about a mile or two from here. Depends if you're walking, running, or by overhead. But at the point of Citico, there are two tracks that bear off and go east, and there are two tracks that bear off and go north. For those that, at that point, like I said, everything that goes to the east end of us, all the NS trains, when they get to Citico, if they go north on those two tracks, they go across what you've heard us refer to as 10 Bridge. 10 Bridge is the beginning of the CNO and TP line. So CNO TP line starts at that point, goes north, Hickson, then on up to Spring City, and continues all the way to Cincinnati up that line. The rest of the trains continue east, and they go past the TVRM cam. So you can either get it to the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum, you can go to their website and see the cam, or Virtual Railfan, either one. So all of those eastbound trains, they make their way out to Ooltewah. Ooltewah, an old Indian name. When they get to Ooltewah, there is a break point, one track to the left, and Smuggler's Cove is out there. Kind of an interesting story, you can look that up, but once they get to, we're going to focus on that while we're talking. Those eastbound trains, when they get to Ooltewah, they either go left, headed north, and that's where they join the Knoxville West End line at that point. And as it says, if they go north from Ooltewah, they are headed up to Knoxville. The rest of the trains at that point join the Atlanta North District line and Atlanta North District, and this is all to the east of us. The Atlanta North District line takes you on down to Appleton, Varnell, Cohutta, Dalton, over to Rome, and then southeast to Atlanta. So all eastbound trains go one of those three places. So if you are watching here and you have the cam on at TVRM or the TVRM Virtual Railfan cam, you'll see anything that's going to the Atlanta North District or the Knoxville West End District. You will not see those trains that make that turn and go north on the CNO and TP across Ten Bridge. So, back to the switcher as you watched, right there. And we're gonna follow him for the moment. I hope I answered everybody's questions with that. If you do have any, feel free, shout them out on the chat to me and we'll answer those. As you can see, he's over there locking down that switch.
It's working now. That is correct. Let's put the DP at 1 and we'll go to 2.
All right, we just got a green light at the far east end of the DeButts yard. So we have a train coming out of the yard going eastbound. So the NS outline track, we now have a green, clear to approach and proceed on out of the yard. And this could be him coming right now.
CSX, equipment defect detector, milepost 133.9er.
I've got slow power going to the shop down there. I need to get out of your way. We're leaving track 11.
This one is still switching. Our eastbound approach NS train will be on the track between the cliff and where you see 6419 switching currently. So, SD 40-3. Another SD 40-2. We have green on the second track yet going east. And there he's going to hitch a ride. He just jumped up there on 3092. So, gonna get him a ride back into the yard.
Right there. Well, you can come down the circuit. Line 4 is
We are at 12 o'clock in the Eastern time zone here in Chattanooga. Trackside Coffee at Coffey's Cliff will last today until 12:30 Eastern time. Maybe 12:45. I would stay longer today, but I have a birthday party that my wife and I will be in attendance at. So if you guys want to continue to have train videos in the future, I will be going to that birthday party. I'm very lucky, very fortunate, and very thankful for my supportive wife and my friendship with Casey and partnership with Casey. My wife puts up with me running out all hours of the day and night, in addition to my normal job. Last night, I went running out of the house at 9, got back at 11 something. Woke her up at 6 this morning so we could get down here and start figuring out where we were going to head for Coffee Sunday. Last weekend on Friday and Saturday, I was up pretty much at the track in Ringgold all night, catching that Heritage CSX. So, and then we ended up catching him that morning on Sunday. No, excuse me, on Saturday. All the days all run together. I just know I caught him. But like I said,
Sorry, I was going to give the weather update.
oh, we're going to get a weather update other than practicing for cremation here.
Yeah, it is a little muggy. So we're still waiting on the Georgia. We'd love to get it. We may be doing it from inside the cab because it looks like there's about 15 minutes till red thunderstorm gets here on the radar. We just saw lightning off in the distance if you want to keep an eye on it. It's coming from South Pittsburgh direction, so you should see it coming this way. And I was chatting with Scott, and he noticed lightning, and I pulled up the radar, and sure enough, lightning is coming. So if you see us run and panic and scramble, we'll stay with you, but we'll be inside the truck.
So between the birthday party and the weather, we are doomed at a 12:30 cutoff or 12:45 cutoff. Like I said, I'm very fortunate. My wife is very supportive, but I have been duly warned, kiddingly, that birthday party was planned. So we're going to be with you till 12:30 12:45 Eastern time, another 30-45 minutes. Unless the weather goes south on us before then. I am going to pack up a few of the things just in case. So, we're going to stay live. You are currently facing west, looking at Lookout Mountain there in the background, and the entranceway to the DeButts yard here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Up, and we still have that green on the east end, so we are still awaiting a NS train to be coming right at us. But we do have a green leaving the yard at the far end of the DeButts yard way down, so we know we got one coming at some point right at us, so we're going to keep watching for him. And in the meantime, I said I'm going to put a couple of the things up, and we'll go from there. Wind is picking up a little bit.
Maybe want to drop the umbrella, Michael. It's picking up.
Yeah, but as soon as I do that, I'm going to have sun right on the camera, and then I'm cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that fast. But if you see me do a Mary Poppins, grab me.
I'll remember you fondly. I hear something.
Hey, when you get in the truck, you something on the ribs, get everything, cross the containers, everything. Yeah, the standard cross key or a bolt. Standard. Yeah.
Just discuss the live. Okay, so that's like being on the roof of your house.
630. 630. Signal indication power. Signal indication power.
And our switcher back on the scene again. As you saw, there is nobody in there.
Alright, stage 4 on 8, plenty of room. No. You want to lean on it? That's it. Get it short. Thank you. Like she going anywhere tonight? 34 one. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. We're We're plugged out. Just trying to finagle something right now. Take your time.
Here he is, Mike. BNSF.
And here comes our eastbound that has the green light that we've been talking about at the far end. So, eastbound, BNSF in the lead, right here at Coffey's Cliff. He's going to stay on that track. So we have a coal train. He's going to stay right on that track. Ah, he's already going to give us early horn. How cool is that, you guys? This coal is headed to, going to or coming from? Going to the coal plant in,
TVA plant, power plant.
it's going to the TVA plant in Harriman, Tennessee. So that coal is on its way to Harriman, Tennessee, to the TVA plant there. And that is a lot of coal. So, Harriman, we're sending you coal with a super cool crew. Not only did we get waves, we got honks, we got salutes, we got all of it right here for Rail Moments and all you guys, live from Coffey's Cliff with Scott and Casey and myself. BNS 5806 was a GE ES44 AC. Looks like both were. So up on the front of that was 5932, 5806, and both of them ES44 ACs. Thank you, Miss Southern. Thanks, Miss Southern, for joining us and being with us. From all of us at Coffey's Cliff, have a great day. Have a fantastic Sunday. Make sure, if you haven't already, that you subscribe. Let me get my hat. I got more sun than I planned the last 2 days. As I say, Miss Southern, make sure that you subscribe before you go. That way, when we queue up and getting ready to do our next live, you'll get notifications. So, thanks for being with us today. Thanks for introducing yourself. As we talked earlier, anything, all the graffiti you want, please just reference back to our channel. And from all of us that were with you today, and Scott and Casey and I, thanks for being on Rail Moments.
Alright, 13, back out the middle. Back up the middle.
Right here, wait.
North Tower 1. Grab your radio, line up the brake, and then you took that on the other side of your room.
You are correct.
Milepost 334.1 now. Defect. Repeat now. Defect.
There is going to be a DPU, and there it comes.
6, 1, 8. I don't know if that's help.
Norfolk Southern. Milepost 334.1 now. Defect. Repeat now. Defect.
Hey guys, look what we have! The 25th anniversary! How cool was that, guys? 25th anniversary Heritage locomotive. Or it could be special interest. I'm not sure which way they classify that, but either or. 6078 locomotive number right here at Coffey's Cliff on Rail Moments. He was an ES44 AC, passed us right at the end of that coal train on the way to the TV. Get him reported on the app. You can hear that thunder there in the background.
Looks like a bad go that way.
The yard lights have switched on because it's dark. They must be on photocell. And the umbrella's waving this way and that way.
main tower. In that main tower.
What's the name of that restaurant in Riceville?
13 Bill to the west,
Greek
19
Cafe.
block of stuff will get nice and
Oh,
easy.
fantastic
Take a little
place.
switch on it stuff too.
George owns it. And it's
It's
also the Silver Springs Winery. So the Greek Cafe and
Hey,
Silver Springs
what do you want me to do
Winery
with
is
it?
together at the same complex.
over here, still be a clear hole. Bottom 2 to the head. All right.
Calling the North Tower.
North Tower.
Yeah, just let you know I knocked off one handbrake in this 2-track. It was a UTLX.
Mike, since you're taller, when the lightning gets close, I'm going to stand next to you. About 4 feet away.
You're too good for me.
I know. You've always kept me grounded, Mike.
Okay.
All right, appreciate it.
Rabbit, you hear me?
I'll see you again. We're driving.
You're ready to go over. Go
Hey,
ahead.
take care.
Yes,
It's
sir.
good to see you. I
Rabbit,
hope we cross paths.
North Hunter Henry, we're on the 3680 in the South Wash. We're going to get ready to take it around, if it's okay with you, to the 2 Rabbit.
You'll be here in what?
2 Rabbit, go ahead, go ahead.
Have a fantastic Sunday. Casey, you
Guys,
wanna
that was fun.
talk to the folks?
Obviously, that was Scott, who Coffey's Cliff is named after, and had a fun time talking to him. Got a whole bunch of knowledge. He's been coming here for about 40 years. He said since around the time that he began being able to drive, when he first got his driver's license, he would either come here, or he would go over towards Wilcox, or he would go out
I got 120
across the river in Houston.
I can't after that. Okay, I never
And would watch around the Hamel Road or the next one
Thank
up
you,
the old
bud.
here. Old, is
All
it
right.
up here sometime?
I'll
I
holler at
think.
you when he
Anyway,
leaves there and see
Old
if
Hickson
he's
Pike.
in there.
He would go up there and watch. But he was here so much, and everybody got to know him. And at one point,
I'm gonna have,
he
some
said
light
that
road power
the operators would come by, and they would always talk to him on the radio, and he would wave because he didn't have any way to talk back, but he would hear them on the scanner. And eventually, they would just kind of jokingly refer to it as being Coffey's Cliff, and it stuck. And now, here it is. It's Coffey's Cliff, and it's now official. And he's still coming here. Still lives here, and 40 years into coming to this spot. Now there's a sign that the sign shop folks, I think it's the city of Chattanooga, made, which is very nice. It is right here. And he's told me a bunch of stories while we were sitting here about the interesting things that have happened and photographs he's had over the time. One of them was he has a photograph of the blueprint of the first Norfolk Southern engine that they painted over here in the paint shop down in Southern. And he was telling me about crazy derailments and interesting cargo and just all kinds of stuff he's seen. He was describing all the tracks. And then finally he let slip that at one point he worked for Norfolk Southern. And so he had gotten hired down in Knoxville, and he worked in Cleveland, and he was telling me stories of all that. And I got to ask him, you know, how much do these weigh and how much do these weigh and what does that mean? And he knows all the codes and knows everything. Was he would have to put together the weights and be able to tell them how much power they needed to go move the stuff out of the areas up in Cleveland and Charleston and Calhoun and Riceville and that kind of area. So really interesting fellow. Really glad I got to meet him. Sorry I wasn't on with you guys more, but when the guy that Coffey's Cliff is named after is here, I'm going to talk to that fella. He was really nice, very calm and meek. And aside from saying that they named Coffey's Cliff after him, that was, you know, he's not seeking fame. He's just a real rail fan, and he's got some great stories. He's traveled all around and seen trains in Maine and Alaska, and he had stories of all the different things and places he's been and trains he's gotten. And I was telling him that we've gotten all of the NS heritage units except for the Erie Lackawanna. I think it's an SD40 or something. And so it's a yard unit that they use up in New Jersey. And he said, "Oh yeah, I got that one when it was leaving. They painted it here." So he's got all 21. I don't. But we scooped him on the CSX. He has only the chassis, and I think we have all but the Georgia that's coming through today. I think we have all of them. So anyway, we're stronger on the CSX. He's got a slip when it comes to Norfolk Southern. But really cool to see Scott. Very nice fellow. If you ever see him out here, now you know what he looks like. He comes in and photographs. He was commenting how busy it was today and what a good day it's been. He said he hasn't seen this much traffic in a bit, but we've had CSX and NS and BNSF, and you can see there's another NS outbound right there. I don't know if you can make that out in the camera, but you'll see two headlights in the distance, and there's a yellow. So in the very far distance is an NS coming in, and then right past that is the BNSF that's going out. So you'll have a BNS or an NS coming in momentarily.
We launched the stream.
Oh, the safety straps in case your stuff blows over. I got you.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, in case
Yeah,
it goes
that's
over
okay.
the cliff. It's still there.
Yeah, I got it.
In case it goes over the cliff.
Definitely don't want to go over the cliff. So anyway, we naturally invited Mr. Coffey to come and hang out with us for a podcast. He did not tell us no, so I take that as encouragement.
We are getting close to
Thank you,
our
true.
end of time that we have to go between the storm and commitments and things to do, but we're going to try and hang on, Casey and I, long enough because we do have a westbound NS approaching us as we speak. So
You see us looking up a lot. There's a reason for that, because those clouds are sinister that direction. But the trains are great coming from this direction. So if we can stay in the middle for just a minute, we'll be good. Miss Southern, I saw you said you were signing off. We appreciate you staying with us. Derry, good to see that you're still on. Noticed a lot of people coming on and going off. We restarted our live rail cam, obviously, because we want you guys to be able to see the action and catch when the Georgia's coming through on the CSX WNA line there. And we wanted to catch it too, but that also, it's hard running two live streams at the same time on YouTube. It's not a huge fan of that, so some people are having trouble finding it, but obviously we are here. We are desperately hoping we see that brand new CSX Heritage here momentarily. Derry, I don't know how many phones or computers you have, but if you don't mind keeping an eye on the rail cam, if you see it come by there, that'd be great. Mike, would it go by the ours first or after?
it goes past
direction?
Jalton first, then to us, then to here.
Okay, so it will go past our rail cam about 10 or 15 minutes before we see it here at the yard, bypassing the yard. So if you can give us a shout out if you happen to see it on our rail cam. I'm not able to watch it and the comments and do everything else all at once, but that'd be great if you're bored. Thank you, Derry. Says still chilling. Good. Appreciate it.
And we are winding down, but we are going to stay long enough for this westbound coming our way.
This one's just the local continuing to build. So he's going by, or not local, but the yard. But right here, coming around the corner right now, is the one Mike's referring to. And it is just coming in sight. You don't quite see it here because of the angle. But it is about to come right around the corner. There's Mike's umbrella going the other way. But it is just right there, coming straight at us around the corner. I'm going to move you slightly. See if I can get this set up there. There we go. Now you can see it coming in. Right along the cliff. Oh, well, that's interesting. That's just power coming in. But he's on the main. Did he? So he's been waiting, I guess, probably at Citico, because they will switch at Citico sometimes. So maybe that's him.
Oh, I feel raindrops.
Raindrops are beginning. Raindrops are falling on my head.
Oh my goodness, I was just thinking that. AC44C6M.
Mike likes these because they're close enough he can read them. But now that I turn it around, you can see how dark it is and why we keep looking at the sky. We're not making it up. You can see the lights are on. It desperately wants to rain on us.
Oh, check out whatever that is.
Which one? That one?
The blue one with the
Yeah.
funny frog-looking whatever.
Yeah,
Depends on how
frog,
you
snake,
look at
platypus. Yeah, I see him
it. And then
with
there's
some
some
personality.
green things.
Oh yeah, there are some green ones.
Not sure where those green things are, but
Seen
those are
some
pretty cool.
really good graffiti today. I don't know that you can see it, but let me figure out my finger. Right here, we have a yellow light, and it's I'm assuming for the one that was just. No, it couldn't possibly be for the ones reversing, because that's on the drill track where they're building it. It's one over from the main that heads out, so I'm not sure.
It applies to the track on the left.
So that'd be the C&O?
No, this is still the
Oh, the
yard.
left main. Yeah,
this
gotcha.
is still the yard at this point, so.
So there's something that could go out, but there you see the BNSF is sitting. No, that's not it. That's a tanker.
Yeah, the BNSF is gone.
And there's a gantry. You can't quite see this. I'm going to try and zoom in. I know it's going to make the quality bad, but I'm going to zoom in where you can see the gantry we're looking at. Way, way, way out there in the distance, almost beyond visual range, is a gantry, and it's right there. So it's beyond those two signal lights. You can see there's a gantry that also has its own lights on it. And I can just make out that there are 4 reds on the gantry. So there's a lot to be able to tell what's going on here, but then piecing together who it's going to be and when is a whole separate operation. You can see by Mike's hair, it's getting windy.
The 2 locomotives just passed the defect detector, the 334.
But I believe we should see something coming from this direction, so I'm going to point you that way. Since we have that yellow for the track that it's referring to, it would have to be coming in, coming out of the yard.
Would be, yeah, going that way, although.
And I do see a light on. If you see the control tower that's right there, there is a light on just behind it. So I believe that would be the locomotive that's probably the one that's going to be proceeding out. But it has the yellow, and it looks like there's something still sitting on this track. It's hard to make out because they kind of converge in the distance, but I believe there is a tanker still sitting there. Maybe that's why he's to proceed with caution. We're watching it.
And we're going to be proceeding with caution out of here in about 3 minutes.
Fair enough.
So, anybody got any last minute questions for Casey and I? Now's the time, because I cannot be late today, and I hate the idea of leaving, although he hasn't been reported anywhere since Atlanta this morning on the new Georgia Railroad Heritage, so
You may see me go to sit by the track since I don't have a birthday party.
he could still be in Atlanta. Like I said,
could.
no one's reported him anywhere.
Yeah, and you should have plenty of active visits, at least around Cartersville or something. I mean, there's going to be...
And he could also work the yard down there, too.
Yeah, that could
For
happen.
CSX.
We're going to keep an eye on that. Derry, I know you will too. Mike has 2 things he loves. Number 1 is trains, and number 2 is staying married. So Mike's going to sign off here shortly so he can do the second one of those things.
Otherwise, I'll be moving to Tunnel Hill.
Be moving in with Derry and Matthew, huh?
Yep. On production truck 6, everything has its place, and every place has its thing. We're all packed up, if you can hear me.
Yeah, Mike has his whole kit packed back together. So we're close to D-Day, H hour. I'm gonna stand and look out a little bit, which makes Mike nervous. But
Very.
now that would hurt. I don't want to fall off
Oh my
that.
goodness.
I would not die unless I landed on my neck or head or something else important. It's definitely a height you don't want to fall from. Actually, I have a measuring device on my phone. So let's find out how tall Coffey's Cliff is.
Robert here. Got this crossover on track 7. Are we okay to unlock it? That's right. I know what's going on over there. Sneaker up. Alright, sir. We'll unlock it then. We need to lock it back. Yeah, you leave it unlocked for me. Alright, will do.
Okay, rail friends. As soon as I get Casey turned around to say goodbye to y'all.
Yeah, I'm busy trying to measure it. I can't quite tell, but it looks like it's about 12 feet, which, okay, I probably don't want to fall off of that. I'll give you that.
And I don't want to have to figure out how to get down there to get him.
Yep. But the street lights are continuing to come home. Mike's got to roll, come on. I can see there's a factory just beyond us out of view here, and the street lights just came on it, and it's getting really dark and kind of sketchy, and the lightning keeps happening.
And the yard lights also came out on the photo cells, and you can tell it's getting dark because we can really see the signal post now.
Yeah, you can tell every single red light that ever was or will be. It's also raining on my glasses, which I hate, so that's a good cue for us to end this one. We will keep track of the Georgia today. Keep an eye on it. We'll be watching our rail cam. We'll be watching the tracks. I may even go slink down by the tracks while Mike is otherwise occupied. If I can get a good sighting on it and figure out when it's going to come by Audubon Acres, I will run over there and try and do a live from Audubon as it comes by. And that would be my first solo live, actually, without Mike. But I would love to catch it. It's his first trip out of Waycross. So I'm interested. I know you're interested. We're going to stay on it.
And I'm interested.
But he won't get to watch it live. But he'll get to watch it live later.
I can watch Casey live.
That's fair.
And while I have you guys, if he goes on this afternoon, that's your opportunity to y'all start working on him to do a production from the studio and let us watch, because it is incredible what Casey does to put our videos together for you to see, and for him to drag me into the 21st century. For those of you who don't know me, I'd be happy with a flip phone, but obviously flip phone doesn't do all of this, so he's dragged me into the 21st century. But I would love, and so y'all work on him to get him to do that from the studio. Watch him make one of the videos. And before we sign off, I'm going to give the camera to Casey, and he's going to take you up real quick, and he's going to show you the Coffey's Cliff sign.
Yep.
That's in honor of Scott.
Yeah.
And that was put there and by his friends, and so and then after
work at the Chattanooga sign shop, the
Yep.
city of Chattanooga sign shop. So sort of a city thing, also kind of his friends, and it's on NS property, but NS knows who he is, so they had no problem with it. It was neat. We talked a lot about what's happened here and what they've done when.
Life Force.
Yep, Life Force leaving Erlanger, because Erlanger is right behind us. It's that red building in the distance. It's raining harder, so I'm going to take you with me.
All right, you guys, you're going on a quick tour. We love tours, so here you go. Thanks for being with me this morning. Don't forget, Tuesday night, Trackside, Dalton probably. Tuesday night live.
Mike loves Dalton because it has two things he loves most, which is shade and power. Things that aren't trains and his wife. So let's walk up here to the sun, past our parking. So this sketchy little entrance brings you into Coffey's Cliff, and there it is. Chattanooga's famous Coffey's Cliff. World's greatest freight train viewpoint, it says. So thank you to the City of Chattanooga Sign Shop for making that for our new friend, Mr. Coffey. And he said that somebody had tried to vandalize the back of it. You can see they painted that. Well, some people rolled up right after that happened. I think actually he said he did, and saw that the paint was still fresh, and he made them clean it off, and then they painted over it. So He polices his sign. But anyway, there you go, Mike. It's the end.
Production
We appreciate
Unit
you
6
guys. Yep.
packed up, locked up, and ready to roll. And here comes the weather.
It's raining. We're going to roll now. Good to see you guys. We'll see you again soon. If you see me go live, that means we know where the Georgia is, and it's coming imminently, so keep an eye on it. Thanks.
Bye, guys.
See you soon. Hey, almost dropped it.